Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. This is a 14-part video series showing you how to create a coffee shop. Let's get started. So let's open a new architecture template and let's wait for this to start. And when it started, we could just leave it on level 1. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna add in our grid lines. So you can go to your architecture and then click on grid line or type in GR. And then here we're going to go below to up. So we're gonna create number 1. So this is our vertical. You can press escape and then click it again. And then we could use copy or CO. And then make sure multiply is checked. And then we're gonna click it again and then move it on the right side. So it will be 3000. So type in 3000. And then after that, 2700. So we have 1, 2, and 3 all done. Now let's do our horizontal. So you can click here again and let's go from right to left and then press escape multiple times and then just zoom in and click on the grid bubble. So I click it twice and then now we're just going to type in capital A and then click on the outside here on the space. Zoom out and then click it again. And then now we could click copy again and then make sure multiple is checked. So it's already checked. And then click it back and drop it down. So this one will be 5200. Next will be 2900. And then last is 2850. And as you can see, press escape multiple times, and as you can see, it created B, C, and D. So Revit is very smart in regards to that. Now we have this excess lines, and it's very long. If you click on it, if you zoom in, there is those dash line, and that dash line indicates that once you move one of this, it will move on all of them. So it will be easier for us to change that. So now, as you can see, it moves. And then we're going to click it here again. And there's a dash line again. And then it will move as well. What we could do is we could highlight everything and just drag it on the middle so that everything is viewed from our elevation viewport. So these are like elevation tags that we could see. And then press escape. And then now let's type in DI or this aligned dimension. And then now we're gonna click on dimensions on all of the grid lines like this. And then after that, you want to make sure to create an overall as well. Let's do it here on our horizontal grid line. And then click the overall. Something like that. Then press escape and then escape again. And let's go to our south elevation. And then here we're just going to click 3500 right here from level 1 to level 2. So we're good with that. Go back to level 1. And then here we're going to start adding our walls. So first, let's go to architecture click on wall, and then here we're going to use generic 200 millimeters. You could use whatever for like for Revit 2021 2022. I believe you don't have generic model 200 millimeters or any generic. You could use one of this and then just delete whatever's inside. So similar to this, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna edit and then duplicate. This will be exterior wall number 1, and then edit, and then you start deleting right here. After that, you won't be able to delete the structure core boundaries, and then just delete right there. So start at the top, delete from there. And then after that, for the thickness, let's leave it at 150 will be good. And then for material, let's use clad white. Press OK, and then OK, and then OK. Now, before you add anything here, you want to make sure that this is wall center line chained, and then for the height, it should be up to level 2. So base will be level 1, and then top constraint to level 2. After that, we just need to create from A1 to A3, going down to D3, and then D1, and then A1 again. You can even do this very fast by just clicking it again and then using rectangular. And you want to make sure everything is the same. So most of the time I just use the line because sometimes we need to go a bit on the outside or inner, so it has more corners. But at the moment, we're creating a coffee shop, and then it's just a simple rectangle. And then after that, let's click on the wall again, and then let's edit this type, and then duplicate. This will be interior wall number 1, and you want to make sure to change the materials. So I'm just gonna use a gypsum wallboard for now. And then here, we're going to add it here on B1 to B2, and then C2 to C1. Press escape, and then escape again. So we have our model right here, like this. So we're gonna add the same wall, the interior wall, right about in the middle. And we want to see how much it is right here. So that's good enough. We could make this actually as 1600. And then after that, what you want to do is click on the wall again, and then just add a wall in the middle like so. Press escape, and then escape again. Here, we're going to have a breakage here. So I'm just going to drag it back like this. And then we have some opening here. What we could do is we could add a storage here as well, and a storage here as well. So either way, we could add different ones. For now, let's just put it back the way it is. We could access it through on this area. So next thing, I want to insert the toilet. So I'm just gonna go to insert, load family, and then go to plumbing, go to architecture, and then fixtures, and then water closet. And we're gonna add in toilet domestic 2D. And then after that, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna type in CM. So it's just an easy way of adding. And then after that, let's load in the sink. So let's go back to fixtures and then go to sink. And then let's add in some vanity. I'm gonna use the square. Click open and then type in CM and then add it on the side. Once you add it, you can click it again and then use your arrow key so that you could place it somewhere like that. You can space it out. The purpose of me just typing CM is so that we could remove the steps of clicking architecture and then clicking component, and then for you to look for all of this. And then once you load a lot of things, it's going to be harder for you to look at it. So the purpose of me doing that is once I load something in, I type in CM and it's a lot faster. So now I'm going to insert a door. So load family, and then let's go back to the main. So let's go to here and then click on doors, and then let's just use a residential door, and let's use this single interior one panel wood. Click open, and then what I do is I just load everything. So what you do is click on the top of here, and then you could zoom down or scroll down and then hold on shift and then click on the bottom, and then it will highlight everything and then press OK. And then you just need to click on yes, you want to load everything. And then once you load everything, you can then type in DR or door under architecture. And then here, let's put this one around 750 to 2000. So 2000 is the height, and then 750 is the width. So here, I'm just going to flip it on the other side like this, and then just click it right there. And that will be fine. And then for here, I'm just going to click here and just going to pull this down. And then I'm going to click here for the door and then type in CS. That's basically create similar. So what it does is it tells Revit that you want to add the same thing. So instead of copying, at least you can put it whatever you want. If you put a copy, it will basically have a constraint. So here I'll be able to just add it right here on this spot and then make this all storage area. So here, in order for me to show this as a storage, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to annotate and click on detail. Thin lines is good for now. And then here, I'm just gonna add a line right here. And then click on the line again. And then we could use demolish and then pick line and maybe around offset to 20. or let's do it at 100, something like that, and I'm good with this. And then TR, that's trim and extend under modifier. This is basically the icon for that. And then we're basically, it's just like a fillet in AutoCAD. So I'm adding the detail so that they will see that this is all shelvings or storage area. And we could basically add in some information right here or room tags. So my idea here is basically this will be the front entrance. We have the counter right here, and then we have some seating right here on the side, and here we could have some lounges, and then some more seating here, and in front probably a bar type facing outside. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 2 of this coffee shop. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to start adding the grid line. We added interior exterior walls and the vanity sink and the toilet. We created a storage for the coffee shop, and then we're going to continue working on this. We're going to create the kitchen now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add in a section right about here. And then here, you can just double click it and it will go straight to section. And as you can see, we're facing from the wall. And then through here, we could edit all of the stuff that are needed to be able to create the extrusion part. So let's go to level 1 again. And then here, we're gonna click on the component under architecture and then click model in place. Let's go to generic models and then press OK and then OK. Here, we're gonna create an extrusion. So I'm gonna create an extrusion by using a rectangle, and then it will be set on the level face. So it will be on the level. So right now, what I'm gonna do is click rectangle and then create the rectangle part of here. I'm gonna keep it up to around 3700 by 600, or let's make this one 650 will be good enough. So 650 by 3700, and then we could add in some here later on. After that, click finish. We could change the extrusion up to 900, apply, and then here for the material, we could change this to a wood. So go to wood, and then let's use birch gloss. So glossy, and then press apply and then OK. Now what we don't click finish yet, and we could look at it at 3D. So once you're here, you can see that we have this. And let me set the transparency so that we could view it from this side. So here, at least you can still see and manipulate whatever you have. So that's the power of having a transparency. And then here, now go back and click on create, and then we're gonna click on void form and then void extrusion. We're gonna set this one, so pick a plane and then let's pick on this plane. So it's the side of it, and then once you click on that plane, you'll be able to create the form of the void. So similar to that, let's set this one around 100, and then this will be around 80. So this will be the kick plate. Click finish, extend it all the way. So we could just extend this one by grabbing on the arrow, and then we could just go all the way right here. And as you can see, once you do that, then click on cut geometry, and then it will be exposed now. You can then afterwards, let's do another extrusion for the top. So now what we could do is click on level. So level 1, click on create and then extrusion. Let's set this one, and we want to pick the top of this. And then for the extrusion end, we need to put it at 25 millimeters. So that's the thickness of the top. And then here, another. So we could put this one with a stone. Click on the stone, and then let's do granite. Apply, and then OK. Click finish on this. So sketch, so we forgot to put the sketch obviously, so that's why we need just under rectangle. After that, click finish, and let's look at it. There we go. And then now we're ready to just click on finish. So my plan here is to have all the background right here, to have the chalkboard, so black board here, and then we could have bricks on this side. It's either brick or wood on this side. So that's what we're gonna do. And then we're actually going to have this one over like this, and the opening will be on this side. And then we will have a bar stool here facing a window. So that's the plan that we're doing. And then here it could be brick or wood as well, and around here as well. So that's the plan that we're planning to do here. We'll probably have an exposed ceiling. So we're planning to do that. So let's go back, level 1, or let's go back to section, and then let's do a split face. So here I'm clicking on the split face. So basically, once you click the split face, you will need to click on the face that you want to split. So which is this wall. So my plan is a blackboard, and then here on this side will be something different, which is like a wood or a brick. So now I'm just gonna click on that. So once you click, you will have this modified split face create boundary. Now we need to put a boundary here. So it will start with a line. So we could just click on this line to this line. It's on the edge, so we don't need to create a square. Now on this one, click that and click this. Now this is split, and now this is split. So once you do this, click finish, and then here we just need to double check that this one is just over. So we just need to click it back and then just put it in place, and then we're golden. So now, as you can see, we'll be able to select this part and this part as well. Let's go to 3D so that I'll be able to show you what it looks like now. So here, let's go to paint, and let's set this to a black. So something black. So I'm thinking I'll just set this one just iron ductile. So I'm just gonna click it there. And if you want to see the consistent color, right there. Now, let's see if we could change this material as well. So like I said, I want this to be either wood or brick. So by doing this, let's see if I could change this as well. So I'm gonna click paint, and then let's do softwood on this. So now I have a different finish for this and this one. And if you notice, this is a whole wall. So this is another materials as well. So this is a power of having to set paint and split face. So I could have this as brick or wood. So I'll set it up later on. What I can do is set up the windows. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to architecture, click wall instead, and then go to drop down and then add in curtain wall. Here, I'm gonna add curtain wall inside of this. So I'm just gonna add the curtain one like this. And then you know what? We're gonna flip it from the inside. Again, I'm gonna click it here, and then I'm gonna type in CS. It's already here. It's basically CS is create similar. So whatever you have inside already, you'll be able to just type in CS, and you'll be able to add it instantly. So I'm just pulling this backward like that, and then it's still selected. I'm going to type in CS, and then I'll be able to add more windows like that. So I'm just leaving in some gap here for the corner, and then here we could just have it up to this point. And then let's have everything to be with walls only. Now this is not yet done. You need to click on modify, and then click on cut geometry. Once you click on cut geometry, you will need to select the windows first and then the curtain wall, and then it will be cut. So wall first and then curtain wall. Once you do, you can press escape multiple times and go to your 3D. You'll be able to see, and then here you can pull it down like so. So if you click that, you can pull it down with the arrow. And if you notice, um, if you click here, the arrow is not appearing here. The technique is you just need to go to the elevation, and then you'll be able to see, and you can able to edit the left and the right. So that's just the technique on that, or a quick note in order to do that. I'm gonna set this because I will have an exposed ceiling here. I'm gonna set it something like this height, and then I'm going to align it. So it's type in AL, which is align, and this icon under modify. This is a simplest way of aligning everything. So as you can see, I align everything so that I don't need to think about it later on. And I'm just checking on the gaps on the corner. And that looks fine to me. And then here, what we'll have is we could set the curtain grid, and what we'll have is a segment on the top. So for the top, I want it to be, I'm gonna set a height of around, I think 700 will be fine. And then click on curtain grid again and set it to 700. If you don't able to set it at 700, you could just use align again and then click on that and it will align it together. So align is a very powerful command here, and you must utilize it so that you can cut some time off. And then here, what I'm just gonna do is I'm just going to equal the distance like so, and as you can see, Revit will calculate it for me here as well. As you can see, I'm just looking for the midpoint, which Revit will give it to me. So just assume the distance of the midpoint, and Revit will do it for you. Here, you can also look at the distance for if you want three cuts. So as you can see, 863.3 is the midpoints of this. So I was able to add in three curtain grids for this window. And I'll just leave it like that. Maybe if we delete this, and let's see if we could add in the three. So for here, 766 is the third line, or the 1/3 of this. So I'm just gonna do that, and just 100 millimeters is not noticeable, so I would leave it like that. And then here I'm gonna add in mullion, and then all grid. I'm gonna change this to a 30 square, and then all grid. And then once you click that, as you can see, it's intact like that. I'm just double checking everything, and it looks good. So we have our restaurant like that. So let's stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're going to continue working on part 3 of this coffee shop. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in the windows and then the first kitchen cabinetries. So now we're going to continue working on this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to edit this. It's because I want to um, create an L shape, and then actually we could add in a U shape. So let me do that for now. So let's go to 3D, and then from here we could just edit. So I'm gonna edit the first one, and then we could edit the one for the void form later on. So I'm gonna edit, and then here let's go back to level 1 so that we could see it properly, and then we could just create something like this. We're gonna maintain the 650. So by doing this 650, and then we could just delete here and then trim this one like so, and then we could just make this one as a one line. We could extend this, and then let's add more here. So $650, and then let's move it somewhere like this. I believe the spacing is good enough. And then we have some space here. So I could just delete here and then trim here, TR, and then TR here. So trim. Extend this one a bit. Around, maybe we could put it around 800. So there's some room here for a fold up countertop. And then let's just click finish. I want to look at it here. And then we could just move this one back like so. And to be honest, we could just delete it for now. And what I'm gonna do is a different way of doing this. So what I'm gonna do is we will create a void sweep. So we have a void sweep here. We could pick the path, which is, we could use this path. So let's create the path first, the 3D path. And basically what we're doing is we're gonna pick the path all the way around. So we will have a kick plate on all of this path. Like so. Or maybe we could just, I'm gonna leave it like this. Only on the inside. And then after that, click finish. And then click modify. And then click edit profile. And then here, Revit is asking you to create the profile that you want. And then we're gonna choose rectangle like so. Let's change this to 100, enter, and then 80 on this. And that's about it. Once you click finish, and then click finish again, and then cut geometry. And then we have a sweep void like that. That looks good. And then we could click finish again for the rest. Let's save it later on. And then now we're gonna edit this again, but only at the top now. So edit in place and then select the top and then edit that top again. So now we're gonna go back to level 1 and then we're just gonna use this pick line. Okay. And then after that, trim and extend. And then we could just delete something right here that I know is a small portion there. That's basically what the error was about. That something is over at the top here. So click finish and then finish again. Now everything is set like that. We could also create something here like an overhang. So we could create an overhang on maybe it's a good idea to have chairs here and then some bar top here. We need to void this part then so that we will have, and then this will be a pickup area. So let's edit this place and then let's select here, and then we don't need to select, actually we just need to edit, and then we could create a void form, and then it will be an extrusion. We will just extract something here, but before that we need to set and pick a plane, and we're going to select this. So once we selected that, what we need to do now is we need to create the form. So we're going to use a rectangle again and delete that form. For the thickness here, we're going to expand the thickness again. So now here, and then we could just move it like that. And then make sure to void it all the way to extend this. And then just use cut geometry so that you will be able to see the void. And then here, what I'm missing is to put it all the way to below. And now it will be like that with an overhang right there. Click finish, and then actually we could just edit this again just to change the thickness of the extrusion. I'm thinking of maybe 35, or let's make it 50 instead. A very thick, like that. And then we could actually do it on the same side as well. Let's create another void form, and then we will pick on this side because I'm loving the idea of cutting here. And then let's do this again. all the way to the top there, and then just click finish and then extrude it more as a void. Click cut geometry and we will have this. Click finish. And the good thing about it is we could just move this one if we don't want it anymore. And then even here we could extend the top if we want to. So that's how good it is to have an extrusion, an in-place extrusion. What I'm gonna do is I want it to be overhang a little. And then also on this spot, we could overhang this. And then we could change the materials. So for us to be able to put in a paint on an extrusion, a model in place extrusion, we need to click here again and then click on edit in place. So now we will be able to click on paint and set a different paint on each of these planes. So that's the difference between an in place and a regular floor, walls, and those kind of stuff. Even ceiling, you can change it with the paint. So for a model in place, you will need to do that. So here, I'm just gonna set this one with probably a steel carbon, something shiny for now, and then click finish. And as you can see, when I change the materials, at least you'll be able to see that this is a material by itself. Okay, so now our modeling here has improved. We will have some shelvings here, but it's something that we're gonna do on Twinmotion because I found a shelving that is supported with pipes. We could do it here, but it will take a long time because of the piping details. So for now, we're just gonna leave this place empty, and then we will have that design later on. That's why we're gonna focus on the interior here. We're also going to add all the seating in Twinmotion, and then mostly more on we're gonna add in the exterior and the interior part of this building. So for now, it's just this, but we're gonna furthermore our details later on. What I want here is I want to add in some detailed stuff here in this wall. So we could use a reveal and a wall sweep. For the wall sweep, I could have it like this. It probably will represent a column, and I'll probably have it somewhere like that for now. We could just edit this and change the material. So we could have it maybe a laminate ivory for now. So just a dividing part. And then we could just add in some support later on. So now let's add in some floor. So let's go to level 1 and then let's insert or add in a floor, which is clicking here, edit type, duplicate, and then just put in floor number 1. And then edit, let's change the thickness to 200. And I'm still thinking of which material I'm gonna put here. But for now, let's add in a wood. So let's add in a Douglas fir for now. And then I'll just make it simple, just using rectangle. And then going from point A, so A1 to D3. And then from the outside. Click on finish. And we have our floor. Like that. And then here, what we're gonna do is we're gonna add in our ceiling later on and some column on the walls, and we might add in a structural joist at the top here. And then I'm planning to add in some HVAC system just to make it look realistic. So let's continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 4 of this coffee shop. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to edit the counter and then we did something for the windows. So now we're going to continue working on this. First, let's go and add in the roof. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to architecture and then click on roof, and then we're going to set it to level 2 and then press yes, and then edit this type, duplicate, and then this will be roof number 1. Press OK, click on edit, and then let's change the thickness to 200 millimeters. And then here we're just gonna put in a different so we could use actually an actual shingles just for now, and we could edit the finishes later on by using paint. So let's put this one right here, and then after that we could click on the rectangle, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make sure, so I'm gonna press escape first and make sure to uncheck define slope because we want it to be flat. So click on rectangle and then click on the inside of this and then the inside of this end as well. Click on finish and then let's look at it at 3D. So as you can see, it is above that. What we could do is we could just edit the thickness. Let's change this to 100 because we're gonna put a lot of information at the top here, and I wanted to change it a little bit. So now we're going to base offset this to probably around -200. Click on apply, and as you can see, this is overlapping here. So what you have to do is you just need to click and then hold on control so that you can click more walls. And then after that, what you have to do, so uncheck this one, and what you have to do is click on attach base and then click on the roof. Now it will be below that now. And then this one, you just need to pull it down like that. Because if you don't notice, because of the transparency, it was protruding on the roof. So you'll be able to see that roof. But now, at least you basically told Revit that I don't want to see this over the roof. So I want it to be below this inside face. So now what we could do now is we're going to edit this later on because we want everything to be consistent. So we just want it to be at the top. So later on we're going to edit that, so that's not a problem. What we could concentrate now is adding some system family, which is the HVAC. Just a disclaimer, I'm not HVAC guy, so I don't know pretty much a lot about it, but at least we could just put it as a reference, so just an architecture reference. And plus it's gonna be good to have it when we have our rendering. It will give us a lot of design, so just to populate more, so that it's just not just plain ceiling. So what I'm gonna do now is let's go to system, and then here if you click dock, it's over oval dock. So we're gonna change that to rectangle, and then press escape again. Now if you click on one of this, it's saying that there's no there's no fitting loaded. So what we need to do is we need to load them first. So yes, I'm gonna say yes. And let's go to the main. And then here, we need to go to dock. So let's go to dock. And then let's go to fittings. And then because we chose rectangle, we're gonna use rectangle right here. We need to load each and every one of this. So we're gonna keep on loading. So load family. So we just need to go back, crosses. There's only one here, so let's just load it. Go back again, load some elbows. Let's use this. And then load again. Let's go back. Offset. Maybe we should use this. And then load family. Let's do here. I know we're not going to use this, but it's better to have them all loaded. Because if we do some designing, at least everything we have everything in place. So so transition, we could use this, load family, and then union, let's just use that, and then wines, we could use something like this. Okay, so after that, you can press escape, and then what we could do is we have to add it to our ceiling plan, which is right here. And then if we start adding our ducts, if you see, we could just add a straight line for now, because we still need to set it up. If you see a line like this, you need to change the graphics or detail to fine. So now we're gonna escape this again. Even though if I click on it, it's not letting me click on anything right here because we loaded some of the parts, but we still have to insert them. So now let's go back and click on dock and just add a simple dock like that and select that and edit the type. Now we need to add routing preference, and as you know, we loaded everything, but we just need to reference all of that for this part. So just pick what is provided here, and then once we finish, so this is round over, we don't need that, union and cap, and there we go. So now next time that we add this, so delete this now and then click on dock, you can see that we could manipulate the angles now, and it will create those connections. So next thing we're gonna do is to insert some mechanical equipment. So yes, we're gonna click on the mechanical, and then here what we need to go is we need to go back to the main and then go to mechanical and then mechanical, and then here we need to add in our air handling units. So I think it's not this one. We need to do is, so let's go to ceiling level 1 and then let's click on air terminal under system and let's load in. So what we need to go is we need to go back to the main and go to mechanical, and then here let's click on MEP, and then let's add in air side component and then air terminal, and then here we're going to load in M supply diffuser, and then let's load in this one, rectangular face round neck. Click open, and then now we need to add it, but as you can see it's not showing, so we just need to add one and then press escape, and we need to change our view range under properties, and then here we could put this one as unlimited, and then we could put this at 3000, and then the view depth is unlimited. Make sure it's fine, and then let's do it again, or we could just go to our level 1. It is basically on level 1. What we could do is we could go to our elevation. So let's go to our east, and then let's change our graphic display with transparency, and then if we highlight some of here, you'll be able to see that this one is the supply diffuser that we added earlier. We're gonna add one like so. So I think we need to move this down a little bit so that we could have a proper height for this. So let's do it at 2800. Okay. And then click apply. And then now let's go back here. And then we could select and then just copy. And then we want to make sure that multiply is selected so that we could add multiple of this. And then here we should just need to move it in the middle, as for this one as well. So I'm just gonna delete this and then just copy this so that it's easier, we don't need to keep on adding. Okay, and then now we just need to multiply. We could add one right here and then one here, and then copy again this one so that it's aligned already, and just add it. And then here we could just delete this and then align. And then we could just move this one so that the spacing is much better. And then now we could just add in our dock. Here I'm just gonna add a dock in the middle, like so. And then here we just need to make it at fine so that it will appear. And then as you can see, it's all the way at the top. So we just need to pull it down to level 1. So as you can see, reference level 1, top elevation. We could just put this one at 3000 for now. And then let's assess everything by checking in the east elevation. And then change this again to fine so that you will be able to see. And we could manage to move it up like this. We could use align so that everything is aligned at the top. Sorry, it needs to be selected. So you need to select the roof first and then here so that it will move. Okay. And then go back here and then we just need to connect everything. So what we could do is we could select here and we just need to apply that. So the flex dock, I'm gonna use the flex dock so that I could connect this one through here. And then I just need to change the diameter. Maybe 150 mm is good enough. And as you can see, it looks much better like that. Although the transition is not perfect, at least we're able to change it. And then for here, the width, maybe I could change this to 150 as well. So we just need to keep on changing some stuff so that especially on this one, the transition is not perfect. And then we're just changing everything up. So like I said, I'm not good at this. I'm not familiar with MEP, but at least we'll be able to add some um, some design here. So here we just need to add in a change. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're gonna continue working on part 5 of this coffee shop. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we started doing the HVAC, and as you can see, we started adding some flex dock here, and then some air terminals, and then the dock itself, and some transitions. Here we're gonna continue working on this. Let's go to level 2, and as you can see, we already have our air terminals added. Let's move this one for now and just select all the air terminals that we have at the moment. And let's uncheck all of this so that we don't see the arrows anymore, because that one is being confusing. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna delete this for now, because we're gonna add a proper one. So I'm gonna select all the air terminals and I'm gonna move it more at the side. Here I'm gonna maintain it here, and I'm gonna place this one at this spot. And then let's align the air terminals with this. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to click on the dock, and let's maintain with 150, 305. Middle elevation, let's leave it that for now. Reference level, let's put it at level 1. And then for the elevation, let's just put it at 3200. And then after that, let's add 2 main ducts like this, and then one is on the other side. So from here, we're gonna connect them all together. It will create the transitions, and just do this. We're not trying to connect everything because we're going to add the flex dock. So I'm just basically having to add it there only. And as you can see, there's like broken lines that tells me where to stop. This one, let's put it more there. And for this, let's just add a small one. So we need to move it a little bit more. And then just click on the dock again. No auto route, so it needs more. So basically it just needs more room in order to flex. Then just keep on doing that. I'm just gonna do this for now. It just went over. So now I'm just gonna add and then at the last one here as well, we need to maintain the distance so everything is according or based to align. So I just need to know and let's align those ones from the midpoint if we can. We could just move it manually like so. And then now we need to go to our elevation and we need to align it from our roof. So AL. So from my perspective, it looks good that it's just there, just at the top, because we're gonna add in the hanger. What we need to do next is we need to add in the flex duct. So from here, and then you want to make sure that you're 150 and then click there. So there's a midpoint on that face that you'll be able to select and then select the air terminal. We need to delete that part. Okay, and then now we could change this to 150 as well. And once you do that, it will look like that. It will have a good transition. I don't know if this one will work, but we could try. So now, no, for that, this one, let's change it to 150 because it has a better look in terms of transition. So in terms of that, what we could do is we could select it 150 and then we need to, I believe, move this one a little bit. So unjoin it, move it back, and then let's put it back, or the other way around. And then we could just click on delete, and then we could just so that's the only problem that we are facing, is it doesn't change at all because of the steep change here. So what we could do is maybe 200. So let's leave it like that for now, because I don't want to push it all the way here on the wall. So I rather have it looking like that. And after this, I want to add the hanger. So we need to click on fabrication. And then here we need to go to settings. This will appear on your right side. You can also click here. So let's close this for now and then click here. And it's basically same thing as this, but without you clicking on the settings. So basically that's the same thing. We need to change this to, we're using metric, so we need to use metric here as well. And we could use this ductwork, load it on the service, and then parts. We could change this, go to HVAC, and then hangers. And for me, I'll just load all of the hangers. Even though we don't have oval, I just want to load everything so that I don't need to handpick each and every one. So give it some time, it will load. And the only thing that we need to do is, if you click on this right now, as you can see, it doesn't go to the dock because you need to change some of this. So you need to click on it, design to fabrication, and then choose this one, ductwork. And it will change to a ductwork from here, from the MEP fabrication part. And then once you do that, it will look like this. Let's see if we have this flex. So for me, I'm not gonna leave the flex anymore like that. I'll just basically change the rectangular part. Let's see if once we change this, we'll be able to change the dimension, which we can't anymore. Maybe we could change this 150, and there, at least it's much better. So we need to change each and every one of the rectangular part only. So I'm gonna select everything like so. And it will convert it to an MEP fabricated. So now you just need to be patient. And then after that, click on Design to Fabrication and choose the ductwork that you want, that you loaded. And then now we just need to keep on selecting this and change the primary end to 150 by 150. So select those. This is all the same, 150 as well. And this one is already done. Okay. And then now, after we finish this, and then this one as well, cannot be fit, support route cannot be found. So let's leave that and don't worry about that, because we could change now and go to the part. And what we need to add is the strut hanger. And if you do this, you can see that it goes all the way to the top. So it provides a realistic look, and it goes above the dock and all through the roof. And then you can actually push this one all the way to the top if you want to. But as you can see, it's much easier. You don't need to create this anymore because of what we have done. You just need to put the strut hanger on places, and it will adhere to the size of those. So most of the time you put it on those transitions. And this one, you've already changed it. And then we could add it. So for this one, I'm not gonna put more time on it anymore. And I just want to finish it. I'm gonna put it here and then move this one on the side like that. So it's just a fast way of adding more details to your drawing, especially in architecture. I know the spacing is rough, but at least we have this detail there. And once we put it in Twinmotion, it will look nicer. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 6 of this coffee shop. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to create the MEP for this so that we could add more aesthetics. So now we're gonna continue working on the outside, and we're going to add in some awning here and some design. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go to east elevation, and we're going to pull this down a little bit. So once we pull this down, we'll be able to add details So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back to 3D, and then I'm gonna use align to align this. So you already pull this down, and we could add in our design at the top. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to model in place, generic model, and then now we're gonna use sweep. So once you click sweep, we're gonna pick the path, and we're gonna pick this path. And then we're gonna go below here. So instead of here, actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on the ones for the window. I think it's much better to have it on the window side so that it's easier for us to connect it all together. So I'm just using TR, so trim and extend, so that to extend that one. And then after that, let's go and click finish edit mode, and then click on edit profile. And then here, we're going to be able to add in the profile for this. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use rectangle first. And let's do it like that. And let's set the distance to around 200. And then from here, I want it to be around 200 as well. And then after that, we could add in some details. So here, I'm going to use a rectangle or a square rectangle, and I'm going to add in this detail. After that, type in SL, and then from that SL, I'm going to type in TR, so to trim and extend. And then here we could give more space, so maybe around 15 will be good. And then after that, before we click finish, what we could set the materials first. And this one, let's do a metal finish. I'm going to use bronze, apply OK, and then click finish, and then finish again. It will look like that. And then click finish on that. So far so good. So you can see we could have this one. And then let's go to level 1. And I'm just gonna put this back. So I'm just gonna move this right here and click on section. And then here I'm just going to edit the boundary. And I want to just go around here so that it doesn't show at the top. And then we just need to TR and then click finish. And once we go back to 3D, as you can see, it's just only at that point now. So now that we have this design here, we could then design the awning at the top. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to level 1, and the awning will be at the top here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to model in place again, generic model, and then here I'm gonna create an extrusion, and I'm just gonna put it on level 1, and then from there I'm gonna extrude it and fix whatever we need to fix. So here, let's set the distance to around, I think 450 is good enough. Or let's just make it 500. And then here as well, let's go 500. And then after that, just delete whatever you can delete, and then type in TR to trim and extend. So now that everything is good, what we can do is, let's create a rectangle. And I'm just going to do a 300. So basically 100, 100 here. So let's see if that's correct. Let's see the distance. So we could just estimate it to be in the middle. For this one, let's do 500. And let's check this distance. Around 150. That's good enough. And then here, we cannot use array. So we could just copy. And then after that, you can keep on copying. And then let's flip this. I'm just going to copy it on the side. And just rotate it. Just a 90-degree rotation. And let's put it back right here. Somewhere here. And let's start adding and copying it again. And then copying it. So it's easy to use the tab. Once you use the tab, it will highlight everything. So it's a lot faster. So now you could just click finish and make sure to change the material. So let's do a metal as well. And for this, let's use copper. We already have copper. Let's use this copper patina. Don't try to finish it yet, because we need to fold this up like that and pull it up this way as well. I want it to be all the way at the top and just a good awning. Okay, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change materials for some of this. I'm gonna extend this somewhere like that. And then let's click finish. And then here, let's change. So this is the east elevation. Let's change the transparency to 0 so that we don't see it anymore there. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to split the face of this, and what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to create a separation right here, and then click finish. So this is basically a different, so let's double check. So as you can see, I made a mistake and put it on the other side. So I want to split the face of this, not the other one. So let's go back here and then just add this. Okay, so now we can set the paint, and then let's change it to a different. So now this is different, and I want this side to be different as well. So let's click on paint again, and we could change this to a roof. There's not a lot of selection for this, so that's why we gotta do what we gotta do and set it. Make sure to set it properly, and then here we could change the graphic display transparency as well to 0 so that we know what we're doing. Let's use roof like we said. Okay, I know it looks weird, but it is what it is. And this one is a different one, I believe. And then the materials of that is different from the materials here. I'm still thinking of adding something around here, and we need to insert the entrance here. So for the door, so we need to go to door, so go to back to main, and then click on door, and then here we have the single curtain wall, single glass. Click open, and then what you do is you need to select the panel itself. So I think it's easier to see it from here. So click that. So the single panel glaze, you click it and then change it from here. You need to do it here as well again. And there we go. We just need to delete this and delete the ones at the bottom as well. And then what we need to do is go to the floor plan and then flip it, going outside. Click finish. And it looks good. I want to set this one as well. So modify, paint. I don't know what happened here, but we already set that one to a different material. So we set this one to a different one. And then for the ceiling, I want to set it to a different material as well. So I want to change this to parking stripe. There we go. Just to change it. So we change this as well. We have the entrance and we have everything. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 12 of this coffee shop. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in this display and also some of the display here. Here we're gonna continue working on this. But first, let's change the material for the floor. So I was thinking of some of this. And I kind of like this one. So let's do this. And then let's add in a shelf there. So what we could do is I'm going to add this to the location. So I'm just gonna put in new 2 and insert those again. So here it is. So here I'm just gonna edit this pivot. So what I want to delete is this one. Okay, once we delete that, we can add in objects from our Twinmotion. So here, let's add in some plants. And with this, we could add in some vegetation. So detailed or miscellaneous. And let's add some of this for the background. And then here, let's add in some sofa. And then here, we could just add in some carpet. And we have some fabrics here that we could change. Okay. So let's delete that for now. And we're gonna add in a table here. Objects. And then let's add in more. So Let's add in a different coffee machine. I'm gonna move this more so that we could place it this one properly. And then what you do is you need to turn on metalness. Okay, that looks good. For this one, we just need to separate it like that. And then let's see if we could add in one more. Coffee machine. Let's just give it some gap. And what we could do is we could fill this up. 0.22, and then one more. So far, I'm happy with this. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're going to continue working on part 13 of this coffee shop. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we added more of the things that will make it look realistic. And then we're going to continue working on this. I was planning to change this and add it on this side instead. Um, so we're going to see what we come up to, and then we'll see afterwards if I'm going to change it to Revit so that we could use this wall for something different. Like for now, we're going to import more. So let's go to the folder. So coffee shop. We have the blocks folder right here. I'm gonna provide everything that you see here. And let's keep on adding more. So at the meantime, we have this. We basically don't need this. So for this one, we should just delete that. Import again. We need to. I'm just gonna delete it so that it's not being imported there. We need some of this. So we have some packagings right here. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna open this, and for the boxes we need to make it smaller. So you need to tab 0.5 on all corners. So the X, Y, and Z, and then we need to pull it upwards, and then 90 degrees on that. We can add it on this spot. And to be honest, we need to make it smaller. So 0.5 again, 0.5, and 0.5 right here. So that's good. You could just place it at the top here. Okay, that's good. I'm happy with the location. We're just going to click those again and just move it a bit at the back there. Okay, so I'm good with that. And then now we need to add in some of the designs. So for this one, so it's perfect that it's outside already, but we just need to move it like that. Okay, so menu board, we could just flip it a bit like that and move it like that. So that looks very nice. Let's make this lighter so that it's visible. And then here, let's add in more. We have this clock. So let's import that. We can put it right about here. So and then let's put it on the wall. Okay, I'm happy with the location. And then let's add in more. We have some artwork here. Okay, so that looks nice. We just need to rotate those. And place it around here onto this wall. Okay, so I'm happy with that. Another one like this. So we need couldn't see where is it, so we just need to zoom into selection. For this one, it's too big, and it has this one, which we don't need the background. This is manageable, but we need to flick it again, 90 degrees. So let me pull that up. And then let's add in more. If you notice, this one has changed. It's just because of the materials that from Twinmotion. So if we undo this, we need to set a different materials first. So basically, I just redo it so that it doesn't change the materials. So what I did is I just keep both of the materials when I'm importing it again. So basically, that's what you have to do. We did the art. This one we haven't, so let's check this one. And then this one is the keep vote. And this one we should, I'm planning to add it at the background right here instead. So let me do this, so 90 degrees. So I'd rather have this one on this spot. And we could just move the one at the back. And I believe that's good enough. For this one at the back, you just need to click that and then move the other one on this side. Just rotate it. We could also put it right here instead. Does look nice for the space. Okay, so I think that's perfect. And we just need to move this chair so nothing is overlapping. And for this, we just need to move it on this side. I think that's perfect for the corner there. And we could just move this one going inside like that. And then here, let's load more. I think this one we haven't. Okay, so this one is perfect for the corner there. I think that's good enough. And for this, we could actually do the same wall with this. I think that's much better with that corner. Yeah, that's a lot better. So I'm happy with this. I just don't want it to be just a regular white wall. I want to have it with character, so that's perfect. And then let's see if we miss anything. Let's use the wall lamp. Okay, for the wall lamp, we need to look for it. And it looks nice, the brass. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to add it to my user so that I could place it properly. And then delete it from here. Go to my user library. Things that I put a lot, so I need to basically add it like that instead. So I'm gonna add it like this and then turn it around. $180. And then let's look for the material I want, or maybe this one we could just turn on the metalness so it looks nicer. Let's make it lighter. So that's perfect. And then I just need to click it again. I want another one on the other side. So that's perfect for the inside. I'm just gonna make this one centered. Perfect. A little bit at the top, like that. And then maybe we could just add one more on this side. Okay, that's perfect. Then maybe we could add in another hanging here. Something to add more. And we can actually add this kind of lighting here. It's just awkward that we have this one right here. Like I said before, I'm planning to remove this so that everything is cleared. Okay, and then let's look. I'm just gonna double check if I miss anything. Let's check this one. So just another poster. Okay, so that's good. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna add it at the top there. That's perfect here. Or we could just put it, Yeah, this is perfect here. Or in this corner. This one as well. Import again. This one is a different poster. Something we could add at the back there. And then I'm just gonna pull it. Okay, and then just pull it upwards like that. That's good. I think we're good with this. I believe we already added everything. So I'm happy with this. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're gonna continue working on part 14 of this coffee shop. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add in more objects here to make it more realistic. We're gonna do more, but we're gonna focus on the outside. And as you can see, we need to change the materials for the concrete here. So we need to go materials and then ground, man-made, and then usually I use 1 and 2, and maybe sometimes the third one as well. And then let's use the concrete road 2 on this one. So now at least we will be able to populate the area. Um, so what I have is buildings that we could place here. I also have the mixed use building that it's probably available now. So you just need to watch that and do. I'm planning to add in the building right here. So it will just take a while. I already drag it. So once it's loaded, you can see that the file is getting heavier now. And we just want to make sure to locate our model. So I'm just going to use this and move it on the side. So we just need to move this. And as you can see, the difference of the size. So we could probably put this one on this side. but we need to just pull it down a little bit so that it doesn't show its floor. You can actually overlap this. But we're gonna leave it like that for now. So we have our building on this side. We need to add something on the other side now. So this is another project that I did. This is the low rise condo. So we could actually just add it on this side. And then I'm just gonna just pull it down a little bit like that. And I want something at the background as well. Because we have a building like that. I might also extend this one later on. So we could do that. And then let's use other buildings that I have as well. So maybe this one on this side. So just for background purpose. And probably what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make sure that this is, we could move this one curve so that we could just place a building on that spot. So I'm gonna save this and then let's go to Revit and let's go to, yeah, we're gonna go to level 1, so that's fine. Let's go to hidden, and then as you remember, I wanted to delete this something here, so let's do that now. So it's actually been deleted already, so we just need to edit what we need to do, edit, and then we could do that again. So here, let's edit the sidewalk. So click on edit. Let's trim this one so that we could just grab this and extend. And then like I said, I'm gonna curve this. So let's use this and then let's give it a curve. and then this side as well. And then let's delete this, and then like that. We're actually just gonna move this one like this, and then delete all of this so that there's no overlapping. And trim this. Click finish, and then for the sidewalk right here on the other side, let's edit that one as well. And then let's trim this TR. And then edit this spot. And then here, let's edit the sidewalk right here as well. So I'm gonna use this. And then let's offset this to probably 2000 or more. 2500. Just gonna move this and move it MV to move, and then just delete those ones and just add in something to close there. Click finish, and then check which one is giving you some error. Okay, and then let's edit this boundary as well. And then trim this out. And then here again is the problem. And then let's just extend this one. It's just better to extend so that we have more. And then let's save this, go to 3D again, and then go to Twinmotion. Wait for it to synchronize, and then we could just do this and add in some background here. One of this building again. I've used it in multiple projects, so this is something that I got from So I'm gonna use this. So I used this for different projects before. I got it from '3D Warehouse. So you just need to look for modern buildings and you'll be able to get those as well. What I'm gonna set here is the same concrete because I don't want to have different look there. So, and then we're gonna add a building at the back here. Just to add more depth. And some smaller buildings. On this side. Some of the buildings, right? This one I created as a massing. So you just need to watch some of my videos and then you could put it in your library. So it's a good way of having a massive library like this. So you will have a nicer background when we're doing something like this. And let's set the weather. So I'm gonna set it like that. We need some cars. So I'm gonna put some cars and then let's add in some of this. I don't want that, it's too big. We could add this one right there. All I want to do is to make it smaller. So I'm gonna undo that and I want to make this one smaller. So the 3 size. So that is much better. So I'll use this one instead. And then I'm gonna click here and change the height of the tree. So that's looking good. And then now we just need to add it. And so that I just want to add more. Maybe 10 meters. So that will be around 6 more. And this one as well. Hold on the shift. And then the direction. Similar here. Maybe 10. And then here around 3 is good. On to this side. I'm just gonna copy it this one. Then just move this one a bit on the inside right there. And then 10 meters again. 6 probably. And that's good enough. I'm gonna put this one on the other side. And then 6 and then 10. So it's consistent. So that looks good. Let's add in some cars. So let's go to vehicles. And then here, go to cars. And let's just populate everything with cars. This one is 190, 180. And let's put this one on this side. It's just a struggle. I got an old computer, that's why it's kind of a struggle for me to navigate. Let's put in some Vespas here. So that's good. And let's add in more vehicles. And then let's add in one here. And one more here on this side. And I want to add some as well here. And then some cars. At the back there, I'm just gonna add more. And then here we just need to put it on the proper place. Let's put in some bikes. And another car. We need to put in some signs. Even a no parking right here. Let's add in some bollards. Let's put in maybe 1 meters and then 6 of them. We can add in some construction here to make it more realistic. So that looks very nice. It gives it more of the realism. So let's stop here, and the only thing you need to do is create an image and you're good to go. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below.